our allies are going to say, and for the country to hear. And after the financial report, we are then going to outline commissions. How are they going to be organized? And we go from commissions, hopefully from 1:30. Lunch will be at 12:30, hopefully from 1:30 till 6. That's what the program says, which means commissions also must be straight to the point and be able to those who are going to be speaking, I can see and also recognize that the Deputy President of the ANC has arrived. Welcome, Comrade Paul. And all the other comrades who are here. I'm told there are seats here for the speakers. And the DP has his special seat next to our General Secretary. So I call you to come forward, Comrade DP. And other speakers, Sanco I can see. Sanco is usually the first, you see, to come to the front. You are seated at the right place there. So, Comrade Paul, where is YCL? Comrade Mzwandile, we are already there. Cosatu? Where is Cosatu? Cosatu is busy on the phone. Okay. Is it the DGS? It's first. Oh, okay. He's going to be representing Cosatu. Okay. Comrade Shingange, once you are done, wherever you are, please come in. Comrades, let me not waste any more time. Can I call our YCL, Ufasimba, to come and give us a message? Comrade Mzwandile.
State power, reserata gaufela. Reta maya
Manda! Lawejo!
Molo.
Manda! Lawejo!
State power,
State power!
Ay.
State power! Jena's phone, state power! Jena's phone, state power! Yeah, agenda is socialism. Yeah, agenda is socialism. Yeah, agenda is socialism. Yeah, agenda is socialism. Sinners born state power. Sinners born state power. Sinners born state power. Sinners born state power. Forward to state power, forward. Forward to socialism, forward. Down with capitalism, down. Long live the South African Communist Party, long live. Forward with the Revolutionary Alliance, forward. Thank you so much, Comrade Chairperson of the session, the 15th Congress Central Committee, National Deputy Chairperson, Bautolo. We are grateful for the opportunity we are receiving as a Young Communist League to address the South African Communist Party's 5th Special National Congress. Our General Secretary to greet the entire Central Committee of the party, to greet fraternal organizations, the leadership of the Tripartite Alliance present. It is with great reverence and commitment that we address you today at this decisive Congress of the South African Communist Party. We gather not only to reflect on past histories, but to chart a course and a way forward, guided by Marxist-Leninist principles in the face of a deepening crisis of capitalism and neoliberalism. The Young Communist League of South Africa, as a youth wing of a revolutionary party, stands in full solidarity with the South African Communist Party in its debates, as it debates the key issues that will define the political landscape of South Africa in the coming years. This Congress carries the weight of history, and it is our duty to engage with it in a way that ensures that the realization of the working class struggle continues. Comrades, we begin addressing the crucial issue that has come to the forefront of our struggles: youth representation in South African politics. For far too long, youth representation has been synonymous with ANC Youth League. You would have seen in the recent national general elections. But we must remember that the future of the revolution lies in the hands of a youth as a whole. Not just any youth, but youth who are firmly rooted in Marxist ideology, willing to confront capitalist system head on. The Young Communist League is a vibrant and essential part of a revolutionary process. It is more than a vehicle for the ideals of a communist party. It is an incubator for the next generation of communist leadership and leadership. So says even the Constitution of the South African Communist Party. However, there are also worrying tendencies in recent times to disregard the Young Communist League's contributions and marginalize its role driving forward the party's policies. We're also observing that the party is not immune from some of the tendencies we are seeing, tendencies of bishops, tendencies of golden boys in the party and its Young Communist League. So we must then even ask, has the party lost its confidence on its Young Communist League? The organization that has for decades developed some of our fiercest revolutionaries. The party has a duty in terms of its constitution to support the building of the YCL, not in the contrary. We must ensure that the youth leadership structures continue to develop to serve the working class rather than being overshadowed by competing internal interests. Comrades, the debate about the alliance is one that has simmered for over 2 decades, evolving through numerous stages of discussion and reflection. The reconfiguration of the alliance has become not just a question of strategic importance, but a matter of revolutionary necessity. We cannot afford a repetition of past failures where the alliance exists merely as a transactional arrangement that accommodates, in some instances, opportunism. The party has said that to reconfigure the alliance, we have got to identify tenets such as the fact that there has got to be regular consultation seeking a platform such as the Secretariat, Alliance Political Council, among others, a common assessment of the state of the national democratic revolution as well as that the fact that the party is in expressing its independent profile, its views must be expressed and be recorded in parliamentary transcripts. So the idea of the alliance as a strategic center of power, which was approved as far back as in 2007 in Polokwane, must be revived and be thoroughly and fully implemented in a manner that places the working class interests at the very heart of the political power. This approach demands regular consultation between the party and all its alliance and allies, particularly through platforms like Secretariat, as we would have mentioned, as well as the Political Council. Without a unified revolutionary center, the alliance remains vulnerable for fragmentation. Our ongoing engagement must emphasize strategic consistency, tactical flexibility, as well as unwavering analytical alertness as we recalibrate and consolidate our collective struggle for socialism. However, it is crucial that while we recognize the need for reconfiguration of the alliance, we also acknowledge that the ANC has strayed and veered off the revolutionary path. The party must reaffirm its autonomy in contesting elections, assert its socialist credential, as well as serve the poor working class with determination. This, comrades, is in line with the declaration of the 15th Party Congress, which said that the party must build a popular socialist movement for workers and the poor. Comrades, we must indicate that we are jubilant as a Young Communist League that the SACP has made this bold decision to contest the 2026 local government elections. This marks an important step in putting forward a political platform that is unapologetically committed to the working class, youth and women, who are the majority of the population and yet often neglected by current governance structures. For example, the ANC recently has adopted guidelines which it said of the 5 people, 1 will be a young person. Every second person will be a female. But to our astonishment, that they could not even comply with. So we are saying, while the SSP's path towards 2026 local government is clear, as the General Secretary through his political report of the Central Committee, we also call for a build-up program for our structures as well as the party, that each and every by-election that will emerge, especially in 2025, provides a perfect opportunity to implement a grounded and a training program to ensure that our party structures are fine-tuned for an electoral fight ahead of us. Comrades, internally we have observed elements seeking to sow some disunity and incoherence within the Young Communist League. We have got to be frank about this. The tendency of golden boys and chosen ones creates factions and undermines the cohesion, unity we have worked so tirelessly to build in the Young Communist League. These divisions present a serious challenge to unity of our movement, as should be combated with all discipline and firmness that it characterizes as a Marxist and Leninist organization. Furthermore, we must affirm the importance of our constitution in ensuring the unity and structure discipline remains central in how we build leadership for the future. The party must assist in building the Young Communist League. We have observed that our structures perform better where they are supported and funded by the party. We have also observed that the Young Communist League's mandate is an unfunded one, that there are high expectations on our performance, but less resources. So we are saying, ensuring that it remains a stable force within the revolutionary movement and nurturing the necessary cadre to carry our ideas forward. We are saying, comrades, we would like, as we would about to rest about all, we would like to raise a few issues which we believe that are critical for this Congress to reflect upon, especially the Bella Bill. We are saying that clock is ticking on the implementation of this particular law. Section 4 at the heart of this act must be implemented with immediate effect. It has been said that these people want us to watch rugby with them, but do not want us to our kids to study with them. So, and we have seen through a front which they've been able to build in opposition of this particular thing. They've set example for us. We've been calling for France ourselves. The party must lead in the forefront in building this front. Education is a cornerstone for social transformation, and we cannot allow the system to continue failing working class students. We must demand accountability and prioritize reforms that reflect the needs of the working class, families and communities. The national health insurance must be implemented without delay to provide comprehensive care as a human right to all South Africans, irrespective of the class. You would have noticed in the presentation that we received that healthcare is characterized as a human right. We demand that the capitalist-driven private healthcare system be dismantled and be replaced by an NHI that prioritizes the needs of the people, especially the youth who are disproportionately affected by health and inequalities. We do believe that a healthy nation is a productive nation. If we are to build our economy, we do need to have a healthy population. On the universal basic income grant, we must urgently expand the SRD to the universal basic income grant to ensure that the financial security of working people and unemployed. This demands is inseparable from the struggle against mass poverty and underdevelopment, and it forms an essential part of the socialist future which we are striving to build. We're also saying this universal basic income must be coupled with community service fundamentally. On the gender-based violence, we take this opportunity to reaffirm the position of the 6th National Committee of the Young Communist League, which has unequivocally stated that teenage pregnancy is a rape because there is no minor who can give or empowered by law to give consent, and as such, it remains statutory rape. So when we hear figures about teenage pregnancy, because we now know that the youngest South African now who has a child is only 10 years of age. We have also observed that child marriages, especially in rural parts of our country, is becoming a serious indictment on our revolution. And the corrective rape, among other issues, the General Secretary has spoken about sextortion in other areas of the country, and we must reject any attempts to negotiate such grave matters and demand full accountability from the judicial system. Our observation is that these matters are discussed by families, and the NPA is saying there's a high rate of withdrawal of these cases, because in some instances these people are breadwinners of families. The families negotiate around these matters. So we are saying we have got to move away from this phenomenon. The youth, especially women, must feel secure and empowered, not brutalized by a system that perpetuates violence in our communities. We have also observed the matter of substance abuse, which is a symptom of systematic economic and social exclusion, in our view, which impacts young people in the main. We must resist the normalization of addiction and instead focus on our energies on dismantling the root causes, which are poverty, unemployment, and as well as hopelessness, and provide young people with avenues for growth, empowerment, and participation in the revolution. Bautolo, we are observing that you are looking at your time. We have noticed ourselves that our allocation in terms of this program, and we are well aware that we are within this framework. So what we are saying, though the national chair did indicate that we don't have to finish it, we don't intend to finish it. We are saying that the future of South African revolution lies with us. The decision we make today will reverberate through the next generation of the working class fighters as Lenin once postulated, that there are decades where nothing happens and there are weeks where decades happens. Let us ensure that actions of this Congress, the bold steps towards reconfiguring our alliance, especially from the ground, and the implementation of policies focused on working class youth become the turning points in the history of a just, equal, and liberated South Africa. The Young Communist League stands firm in its belief that socialist future is possible, and we will fight alongside the South African Communist Party, our mother, to ensure that to build this future with the South African Communist Party, especially under the leadership of Comrade Solima Paila, who has been abused in the public discourse without the defense of party structures. We are calling on the party structures to appreciate the fact that Comrade Solima Paila is a leading office bearer of the South African Communist Party and has got to be supported. We are saying that the task before us is a monumental one, but united, disciplined, and guided by revolutionary principles, nothing is beyond our reach. Long live to socialism, long live. Abanye abantu bayazi, abanye abantu bayizonda, abanye abantu bayazi, abayazi. Abanye abantu bayazi, bayazonda, azofuna mapocha, azofuna makapitali, tinafuna isocialism, icommunism. Azofuna mapocha.
Amanda, thanks to the National Secretary of the YCL with your nice songs. But I want to warn those who are coming that singing, I'll count it as part of your speaking time. It's not a suggestion, it's a ruling. Okay. And also, please, by the way, treat those microphones with respect. There's only one chairperson in this house. So, angifuna abantu who are going to behave like imbongi. Imbongi very sukume nje noma which part of the agenda articulate izinto efuna ukuzisho. Some of them usually say things that they can't say normally, but they use ubumbongi. So don't use those mics like that, so that we can be able to save time, comrades. Thank you very much, Comrade Mzwandile. Sanco. Comrade Donovan. Comrade Donovan was mfowethu.
Viva South African Communist Party, viva! Forward to socialism, forward! Long live the Revolutionary Alliance of the African National Congress, the South African Communist Party, the Congress of South African Trade Unions, and the South African National Civic Organization. Long live! Thank you, comrades. It is a pleasure to address the intellectual bourgeoisie of our movement. The South African Communist Party and communists have always been the intellectuals of our movement. They are the cream of our movement. Whenever we have run into trouble, it has been communists who have stood up. Maybe I must remind them about Harry Gwala, Comrade Harry Gwala, and how he used that term. Communists have always stood up when our movement has been in trouble. Always. When we have lost our way or we misunderstood our historical mandate, it has been communists. Always. Not a single time in our history can we point to anyone else but communists who have stood up and reminded us why we were struggling, what we wanted to build and achieve. Civic activists in Sanco will never, ever forget that. The South African Communist Party remains our leader, our conscience, our reminder of why we struggle. We shall never, ever forget that. Yesterday, it's hot in South Africa now. Yesterday, in Tabazimbi, it was 51 degrees Celsius. This is how hot it is. It is hot because we are failing. Yesterday, Sanco marched to the union buildings to tell our government that we are failing as a society to take care of the needs of our people. We said that openly without embarrassment. We agree with the South African Communist Party. We cannot be in this situation in 2024. After 30 years of democracy, we do not see ourselves going forward. Our people are hungry. They are jobless. They are worried about their kids, if their kids will get jobs. They're worried about their old, if they will have real pensions. They're worried, will they break this generational wealth that was established by apartheid? But right now as well, you know, Marx tells us, he taught us that any complex process, there are two or more contradictions. We must devote every effort to find the principal contradiction. And when we find the principal contradiction and we understand it, then we can readily solve the problem. What are our principal contradictions today? Not just in South Africa, globally. Capitalism has been rocked to its knees, its very foundations. Just the other day, we were talking about Netanyahu and Israel being on its knees, on the United States losing, on China and Russia dealing with it, on Iran dealing with it. And less than a week later, Syria falls. Capitalism is reacting like it always does, and it is adapting to it being rocked. And what are we doing as the left? What are we doing as the left? Are we taking advantage of it? Are we making certain we rock capitalism further? Or are we discussing ourselves? How do we nail capitalism? Because it's reacted. It knocked over Syria just like that. Just like that. Trump is coming in January saying, I defeated Syria. Israel is intact. And we were all waiting for Israel to fall. Lebanon and Hezbollah is gone. This is what's happened in a week. Just a week. Just like that. That is how strong capital is. And that's how we must stick together, united. This is why Sanco marched yesterday. Our people are sad. They have no hope for the future. So communists, again, we are looking forward to the special conference. We are looking forward to what you come out with. How you will lead us, how you will guide us out of this quagmire we find ourselves in, self-inflicted or otherwise. We need leadership. We crave leadership. We need the South African Communist Party. And we invite the South African Communist Party, Comrade Solly and Comrade Blade, we invite them, join us next year with Sanco, where we try to deepen the contradictions of capital. Next year, 2025, Sanco is taking on the bosses, the capitalist bosses, especially the banking and finance sector. Those who manipulated our currency, who do not pay back the money, but talk about corruption in the state, amongst black people in particular. Next year, we ask the South African Communist Party to join Sanco in that fight against capitalism. So therefore, we look forward, comrades, and we give you a support to know that whatever your decisions are, we shall remain your friends forever. You are our leaders, and we are united with you. Viva SACP, viva! Viva! Thank you, comrades.
Yes, Comrade Donovan, thank you very much. Amanda, I do believe you when you say you're gonna order, comrades, when you say you're gonna tackle the financial sector, because you kept time. You used far less time than we had given you. So that's good discipline. Now, there was something about what you may have said about the intellectual bourgeoisie. I wasn't sure, but we will talk on the side. It reminds me of a very close friend of mine and a dear comrade. A number of them know him, Ibo Mandaza from Zimbabwe. He has a very interesting definition of a post-colonial state. He says a post-colonial state is a bourgeois state without a bourgeoisie. That's not the question for your commissions, comrades, but it would be good to debate what that could mean. Now, I want to call upon Ngolema Sondo, Cosatu, Comrade Mike Shingangi.
Ipempe ashes, ungashuya nanazel. Hayi uyashisa lo mzabalazo ngoba thina subaba. Ipempe ashes, ungashuya nanazel. Hayi uyashisa lo mzabalazo ngoba thina subaba. Govatina Subaba Govatina Subaba 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 Hayashi Salom Zabalazo Govatina Subaba Govatina Subaba Govatina Subaba 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 Ayashi Salom Zabalazo Amandla Sekudala sinikela ngamandla ethu sekudala igazi lethu sekudala amandla ethu sekudala igazi lethu amandla wethu mawasikhokhele igazi lethu malesikhulule amandla wethu mawasikhokhele igazi lethu malesikhulule sekudala ngamandla ethu kudala ngegazi lethu sekudala ngamandla ethu sekudala sinikela ngegazi lethu ayamandla wethu mawasikhokhele sekuthi igazi lethu malisikhulule ayamandla wethu mawasikhokhele igazi lethu malisikhulule sekudala ngamandla ethu sekudala ngegazi lethu kudala ngamandla ethu kudala ngegazi lethu ayamandla wethu mawasikhokhele igazi lethu malisikhulule ayamandla wethu mawasikhokhele igazi lethu malisikhulule kudala ngamandla ethu kudala bo thina ngegazi lethu sekudala ngamandla ethu sekudala bo thina ngegazi lethu ayamandla wethu mawasikhokhele igazi lethu malisikhulule ayamandla wethu mawasikhokhele sekuthi igazi lethu lona malisikhulule mandla awethu matla kyaruna matimba yaina manda asho all power
To the people.
alota 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 favor the SACP favor. Long live the vanguard of South African working class, long live. Viva the YCL of South Africa, viva. Amandla. Viva the African National Congress, viva. Viva Sanco, viva. Qina Cosatu uzanqoba qina. Qina msebenzi ozabalazayo uzanqoba qina. Amandla. Malibongwe. Alibongwe igama lamakhosikazi wathenta abafazi long live the alliance, long live. Forward to socialism, forward. Phansi capitalism, phansi. Thank you very much, Comrade National Chair. Through the General Secretary, let me greet the officials of the SACP and greet the entire Central Committee present here. And through the Deputy President of our ANC, greet the National Executive Committee and all structures of the ANC present. Indeed, Comrade Chair, let me observe all the protocol that was established, in particular by the General Secretary, when he was delivering a political report yesterday. So that I don't waste your time, I observe all of those, except to specifically observe a protocol of where I come from in this podium. The Congress of South African Trade Unions, the Central Executive Committee members present here, the national office bearers that are present, and say that, Nopala, yesterday when we were acknowledging the affiliates of Cosatu, you caused me problems because you announced leadership of affiliates that were actually not leadership of affiliates in this meeting. For instance, you said Pope Crow is led by the GS, while Pope Crow is led by the president who is here, Comrade Thulanengwe. You announced someone to be leading SAEPO, while the president of SAEPO, Comrade Mpopu, was here. You announced the acting general secretary leading NUM when the president of NUM, Comrade Den, was seated in front of you. And that in Cosatu is not a small matter. It's not a small matter, comrade. And then there's an affiliate, I don't know what it has done to you, you didn't announce its presence here. And it complained to me in my capacity as the deputy president of Cosatu that you didn't recognize them. And then I responded in my capacity as a central committee member, I said, the problem is that we don't see a difference between you and the party. So we didn't think it was necessary for us to acknowledge you as an affiliate of Cosatu present here. That's how the leadership is also here. So, comrades, we want to, as the Congress of South African Trade Union, first welcome and appreciate the invitation to come and share some few thoughts in this important occasion of the 5th National Special Congress of the SACP. We will not give a message of support we don't have. We will just engage with the things on the table of our revolution. But from the onset, we want to say, at least now we know what you came here for and what is the task of this Congress as articulated by the General Secretary. And we therefore, our message is to support the posture and the articulation as was raised by the GS. That's our message of support. But comrades, this Congress takes place at a very critical moment of our revolution, of our alliance, of our country now, and of our country in future. We meet at a time when the class that which you are a vanguard of is restless. A class that is disappointed, that is disillusioned, class and the masses that is afraid of their future and the future of their children. We see them on a daily basis in the workplaces, unsure of their job security, whether tomorrow they are going to be retrenched or not. Unsure on whether or not they will be able to afford the cost of living because of the kind of wages they are going to get from their bosses. We see them in their communities struggling to make ends meet, unable to find job, unable to afford the basic necessities that are necessary for human consumption. We see them asking questions, a lot of questions to the alliance leadership, of which some of us we don't have. We see them in the marches that have been organized by the workers' formations, Cosatu, and other working class organizations that have been organized by the party, that have been organized by Sanco, as the leader was saying here, including our vibrant ANC Youth League recently. They are asking questions about the direction of this country, the trajectory of our revolution, to us as the leaders of the alliance. And Comrade Chair, because since the fateful day where we suffered an electoral loss on the ballot on the 29th of May, as an alliance leader, as the leader of Cosatu, have not sat in the meeting with my alliance counterpart to discuss the moment, to understand where we're taking the country, to be taken into confidence about the strategy of our liberation movement, about the future of this country. I therefore have no answers to the constituents I lead about what is the future of the country, what is the strategy of the alliance, where are we taking the country given the setback we've suffered. It's 9 months or so, almost 9 months after the election, the national leadership of the Revolutionary Alliance have not had a meeting to discuss the moment, the state of the NDR, and where are we going in the future of the country. thus makes us to be unable, at least some of us, to provide answers when questions are asked about the direction of our country. In a nutshell, we are meeting at a time when the class contradictions are deepening or are sharpening. There is a class in this country that is disparate for a state-sponsored healthcare coverage. And there's a class in this country that is disparate for more and more people to be sick so that profit can be made out of the sick population. There's a class in this country that wants more people to remain poor. And there's a class in this country that is fighting for a living wage that has thus far successfully achieved the national minimum wage, and it is fighting continuously to defend the national minimum wage. But there's a class that wants to condemn workers in this country to be poor, to slavery, and not to afford a basic amenities of human development. There's a class that remembers that in 1976, kids in this country died, others arrested, others disappeared, we don't know where they are today. Not only fighting for equal education, but refusing to be forced to be taught by a language that is foreign to them, which is Afrikaans. But there's a class today that is fighting that not only for us to continue a racial segregation on education, but is fighting to force us to learn in the language we can't comprehend. There's a class that wants our kids, even when they are a majority in a school speaking Zulu, Xhosa, speaking Tsonga, Venda, but they must learn Afrikaans, otherwise they will fail. That is a class that exists in our society at a time when the South African Communist Party is convening a special Congress. There is a class that has benefited and continued to benefit from the Employment Equity Act enshrined and ushered in by our revolution. There is a class today that is fighting to ensure that South Africa remains perpetually unequal, not only unequal, but the most unequal society in the world, even in the workplace. The class that refuses that there must be no class inequality in the workplace, there must be no gender inequality in the workplace, there must be no racial inequality in the workplace. The class that does not recognize that the injustices of the past must be rooted out, and those who are previously disadvantaged must be fast forwarded in terms of development. These classes are taking their struggles everywhere. In the street, in the boardrooms of negotiations, in the bargaining councils, and in courts. We are in court on the National Health Insurance. It is class matter. We are in court on the Employment Equity Act. It is a class matter. We are likely to be in court on the Bila Act. It is a class matter. We are in court, comrades, to appoint community health care workers permanently, to provide healthcare service to our people. We are in court as Cosatu in defense of our municipal workers, 360,000 of them, that the political elite of this country saw it fit that they must take away their political rights to participate in political organizations, their communities. They must choose whether they must work for a local government or they must do politics. We are awaiting the outcome of the Constitutional Court. We have spent more than 5 million as Cosatu in defense of the municipal workers for the right to hold political offices in the political parties while they work for the municipalities. In other words, the political elite of this country sought to disenfranchise municipal workers and the public sector workers from being political activists on the ground to change the lives of our people in communities, confine them to the workplace and the workplace only, and leave politics to the elite and leave politics to other people. We had to go to court. We had to spend the money we don't have to defend the municipal workers. To date, we are in the hands of the constitutional court judges about that outcome. It's not class neutral, that kind of an attempt. Now, this is an affirmation, Comrade Chair, that whatever we do in the country, there's an ongoing class struggle that is ever ending. Sometimes it is open and sometimes it is hidden, but it is ongoing. It is also an affirmation that the class struggle is perpetual, and any revolution that is in the kind of a class struggle we're in must understand that that class struggle will only end when another class is eliminated. Any revolution that does not seek to annihilate any class opponent is not a genuine revolution. A genuine revolution will understand that a revolution will only end when the class opponent is defeated. And that is why, Comrade Chair, when Sanco requested 10 more delegates, and they motivated and said, it is because we're the first union in Cosatu, I don't know if that's true, to adopt socialism. And we want to come to the house of socialism to affirm and recommit. It is because Cosatu itself, Sanco and many other unions of Cosatu, and their formations, but more importantly, the launch of Cosatu, did not only adopt the Freedom Charter as a fundamental policy to guide our struggle, but also adopted Marxism-Leninism as a guiding theory for this class struggle. We also adopted and committed to fight, build, and defend socialism. Of course, we adopted the National Anti-Imperialist Democratic Revolution. And we adopted and we chose friends because we committed to affiliate, to associate, and to form working class organizations internationally and in the country that are going to help us to pursue this national democratic revolution as well as the struggle for socialism. And we chose political parties, the National Liberation Movement and the South African Communist Party. We entered into interclass alliance with communists and the multi-class organization, the Liberation Movement. We understood that in the National Liberation Movement, it's a multi-class. There are also those at the time used to be called nationalists who only concerted themselves with the national liberation and not so much with the class contradiction of the NDR. We knew that at some point we will have to part ways, or we will have to proceed with the organization that pursues socialism, because that is our logical conclusion of the NDR, because the NDR to us was a minimum program, not a maximum program. And therefore, Comrade Chair, moving forward, the future political discourse of this country will depend on who is going to marshal and coordinate the ever-growing discontent and disillusionment of our masses. The question is it going to be the left or is it going to be the right that marshal this anger, this growing discontentment of our masses? Who is going to marshal them? Is it the left or is it the right? That's a question for this Congress as we speak today. And I didn't say, is it the ANC or is it the SACP? I said, is it the left or is it the right? Because I'm not here to ask Congress to choose political parties. We chose political parties since our inceptions. We chose the ANC, we chose the South African Communist Party. We understood that in the ANC there's the left, there's the right. So who is going to marshal the growing discontent of the popular masses of our people in the country? Is it the left? Is it the right? Now, Comrade Chair, because now we want to save your time. On the current discussions that are taking place, we want to say the following, that there by Nedleg, we were not there, we were not party of the DDG of the presidency who went and signed with Solidarity and Khwagobe on the Bella Act. The deadline for us on the Bella Act is not today, was the day the president signed the Bella Act into law. It is the day that the Bella Act was supposed to be implemented. We therefore want to announce and confirm that when SATU goes to the street, they will not go alone. Because education is a societal matter, it's not a sectoral matter. Education of our children is not class neutral, and therefore will defend our class in as far as education is concerned. Secondly, we have taken a decision as Cosatu in the last Central Executive Committee that we will go to join the government of South Africa in court as friends of court on the national health insurance. We will equally join them on the fight that is brought by the Democratic Alliance against the government of South Africa on the Employment Equity Act. We cannot, 24 years of that Act's existence, allow it to be reversed. Of course, comrades, this class struggle that is continuing, our class opponents are also emboldened. They were on the street, Comrade Chair, a month ago, in Pretoria, wearing a flag and colors that represent a history of division in this country. They didn't go to the Union Building nor to Mandela Statue. They went to 4th Record Street to ask their ancestors that, Baba, we miss apartheid. We miss colonialism. Can you reignite it? Here we are. Here we have our flags. Here we have our colors. Can you bring back our fatherland? They were fighting against the Employment Equity Act. They were fighting against National Health Insurance. They were fighting against Bella Act. They were fighting against the national minimum wage. That is the right-wing class that is so emboldened to take their fight to the street, to Nedleg, and to courts. The left must respond in kind. When the workers of this country were celebrating their Workers' Day on the 1st of May, the Democratic Alliance were plotting a march to Cosatu House the following day. They marched to Cosatu House against the National Health Insurance. They marched to Cosatu House to declare the workers and the working class as the enemy number one of the state on the 2nd of May. Because of our fight for national health insurance, national minimum wage, they are said we are the cause of the high unemployment in the country. Of course, we were left alone to defend ourselves. We went to elections knowing that we are enemy number one for supporting this manifesto of the ANC that has a national minimum wage in it. We went to the elections knowing we were enemy of the Democratic Alliance for supporting the national health insurance in the manifesto of the ANC. And to our horror, immediately after the elections, we were asked by our political elite in this country, in our movement, in religious sectors, in business sectors, to accept that all of a sudden the Democratic Alliance loves us as workers. And in fact, we embrace them, and in fact, we can move forward with them. We remembered that in the early 1990s, when we were to enact the Labor Relations Act into law, which included in it the right to strike and the right for collective bargaining, the Democratic Party led by the Tony Leon marched to Parliament to prevent the parliamentarians from passing that law that act into law. We had to march ourselves to ensure that we strengthen the parliamentarians to pass that Liberation Act into law. We are not surprised that they are marching against Bill Act today. We are not surprised that they are marching against the Employment Equity Act today. We are not surprised that they are fighting so ever to amend the labor laws in this country to reflect the pre-1994 South Africa. Yet, they are supposed to be our leaders in government, and we're supposed to smile and clap hands. We want to say, Cosatu, much as we are not educated, we know the difference between the DA and the ANC. As much as we are not educated, we know that the ANC and GNU are not spelled the same thing, the same way. There's a G in the GNU, there's an A in the ANC. So it's not the same thing. So when we say GNU, we don't say ANC. The ANC has no reason to be angry with us when we don't like the GNU that has got the Democratic Alliance in it. There's no reason. No reason whatsoever, because ANC is not GNU. They are just part of the GNU, but they are not the GNU. They have no reason to be angry with us when we have got problems with people who are in the GNU, because we don't mean them. Ufana nokudala masithi phansi ngamasela umuntu akwadi ngathi sithe phansi yena. Ingathi igama lakhe kuyisela. Sithi phansi ngamasela athi manje niyasithuka. Sizange ngasithi welisela, sithe phansi ngamasela. But you're taking responsibility of what we are saying. It's like taking responsibility of being in the GNU, which is not you are just part of it. Therefore, don't force us to love people who hate us. If you found one another in terms of life, good. It's okay. But don't force us to love them because they hate us. They declared so. Thirdly, comrades, the discussions that the Communist Party is having now, from where we stand as Cosatu, should not cause problems in the alliance. We don't expect problems nor divisions in the alliance. Instead, we expect more strength and more unity in the alliance. We are not going to participate in the discussion that will be characterized or be described as division or even leaving the ANC, because we don't understand it to be like that. If you listen to who we are, we chose the party, we chose the ANC. We chose the NDR, we chose the socialism. We chose a class struggle, we chose a national liberation struggle. They go together. We're not going anywhere, but we are going to pursue socialism. With the party of socialism. This needed discussion in the alliance to understand and grasp it. There was no problem when, as an alliance, and the South African Communist Party, as a registered political party with its own rights to contest the state, continuously campaigned and voted for the African National Congress. There was no issue in the alliance. We don't expect an issue now in the alliance when the voting patterns change. The discussion of the South African Communist Party about the state power is not the same with forming a new party or breaking away from the ANC and forming a new party. It is an alliance partner who is a political party who has always been with you in trenches. He wants to continue to be with you in the trenches to defend the national democratic revolution. That's how we understand this thing. And therefore, comrades, of course we'll interact with this thing in our own space as Cosatu. We want to say, every time there's an election, Cosatu engages in a robust engagement in the congresses about this matter. There's no point where we walk up and support any political party without a discussion in the federation. Just to take you back as a last point, 2017, you went to your Congress, you decided that you want to contest state. You went to Metsumahulu, you blamed us for not supporting you, Nkrumah and the Communist Party. We didn't support you because we did not have a resolution to support you. because our support is always backed by a Congress resolution. We didn't support you not because we hated you. It is because we did not have a mandate to support you. But because of your resolutions, in 2018 we went to our National Congress and we said, in 2019, we are going to support the ANC-headed, reconfigured alliance in the elections. Not the ANC, not the alliance, but the ANC-headed, reconfigured alliance in 2019. That's our resolution of 2018. And then we said, if the reconfiguration of the alliance doesn't happen, we will, in 2021, mobilize for the overwhelming victory of the South African Communist Party in the 2021 local government elections. That's a resolution of 2018 Congress of Cosatu. We arrived in 2021, the alliance was not reconfigured, owing to what the General Secretary was saying. In fact, General Secretary, let me remind you the exact word of Comrade Ace Makashule in that political council. He asked, what is the status or the standing of this document in the ANC-NEC? When we were done, when we were supposed to go to the Alliance Summit to cement the Alliance Reconfiguration paper, the question from the SG was, tell me, comrades, what is the status of this document in the NEC of the ANC? We knew this thing is dead in the water. It's not going anywhere. Then we arrived at 2021, the alliance was not reconfigured. The party was not on the ballot. They were still warm-upping on the touchline. But because of our historical mission of the NDR, we went to fight, support, campaign for the ANC as we did in this election of 2024. So now that you are here, you are saying what you are saying, we hear you. We will go in our corner, we will engage with this process, but we don't expect any divisions in the alliance. We don't interpret this thing as a breaking of the alliance. Of course, comrades, we expect a class rupture, because the class contradictions are heightening and deepening. So the rupture will happen in all of our formations of the alliance in class terms. In the ANC, in the party, in Cosatu, it will affect, there will be class rupture on this question, because it is now a class matter. Chairperson, I want to end by saying the following, which I want to quote here. Yawana lengi phethe noma ungama angeke ngihlale phansi ngakayifundi. So ngiyaqela relax chairperson ngiyaqeda manje. We want to say to the Congress here and remind them of the words of Khalil Gibran when he wrote that change is never easy. We must be under no illusion that any change that we must undertake is going to be easy. And if anything, we are going to fight to let go, and we are going to fight to hold on. But we cannot stop change, because change is constant, just like a class struggle is constant. There is also an inherent challenge that comes with change, and that we must always be mindful of, and that is things change. It is difficult at times and almost impossible to control everything that comes with it. There is no science nor mathematics that can predict with absolute accuracy the outcomes of a human behavior. We might have to come to terms with the reality that in some instances, material conditions may force us to take control or be part of changes whose ending we may not be able to predict and control with absolute accuracy. And it does appear that we have reached that moment, and a moment that is not peculiar in human history. History, including in biblical terms, is littered with many examples of people who shared deep bonds, including blood, to separate ways as a result of deep differences and the need to keep peace only for their paths to cross again in future in a much better, stronger, mutually benefiting and sustainable manner. We must be not boxed into a corner that suggests that for any change to happen, we must have all the answers. Abraham and Lot parted ways when they had sharp differences in the Bible. They later reconnected and rescued one another in a much stronger and better and a mutual beneficial. Out of this, the alliance will be stronger, reconfigured organically on the ground and in the state. Amanda, thank you very much.
When Comrade Shingange was talking about the class rupture and you were starting to come closer to the podium, comrades were saying, there comes the rupture.
Amandla! Viva Cosatu, viva! Thank you very much, Comrade Mike. It's just that I've got to discipline the comrades who are sitting in front here, not the first row. There's backbenchers here in front. When Comrade Mike was talking about a rapture, and I stood up to move towards him to say, your time is up, they say, there comes the rapture. Now, comrades, okay. As Marxists, we must be very specific with how we use words. You can't use the word rapture carelessly. Mike was very specific about what he was talking about. Ngoba ngiyalizwa nifuna ukucula ingoma eshisayo before ngibize upresident we-ANC. What's up, food? Amandla. Amandla. Bopha. Bopha. Amandla. Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Hlala phansi. Hlala phansi. Hlala phansi. Hlala phansi. Amandla. Siyabonga maqabane. Ngithe ngoba ngiyanibona ngathi niyashisa. Ake nginiyeke ke nishaye nje ingoma nikhululeke. Nomthatha phutsheo njengami. Where? From where? Actual. If truth be told. Comrades, order. Let's now give a chance to the Deputy President of the African National Congress, who is also Deputy President of the Republic, Comrade Paul Mashati.
Thank you. Lamtwana uko wetu alimtwana ungaka limtwana alimtwana ungaka limtwana lamtwana oko wetu lamtwana oko wetu ungaka limtwana ungaka limtwana ungaka lamtwana oko wetu lamtwana oko wetu ngaka limtwana ungaka mandla matla. When Comrade Blade was saying the speakers must not start songs, he said, no, but I'll exempt you. And I said to him, I don't think I still know how to sing. Oh, holy Fatambo, ambisandlasa, holy Fatambo, ambisandlasa, holy Fatambo, ambisandlasa, holy Fatambo, ambisandlasa. Ngasiyeke bisandlasa olevathambo bisandlasa olevathambo isandla sakho ulivatambo bambisa sebambo ngasiyekeli bambisandla ulivatambo bambisandla sakho ulivatambo bambisandla sakho ulivatambo mandla. I must respect Comrade Chairperson's time. Comrades, when you were singing Asifuni GNU, I was very happy because Comrade Chingange said GNU as ANC. You see? Yeah, I'm here for the ANC. But what I will do, I will take an opportunity to explain to you Sifike kanjani, because it's very important. Safika kanjani la. But then we have to spend time to see how we recover. When I was speaking in one of the provinces, I spent a lot of time talking about the period of recovery. Chairperson of the session, Comrade Blade Nzimande, who's the chairperson of the South African Communist Party, the General Secretary of the Communist Party, Comrade Solima Paila, and members of the Central Committee, former President Thabo Mbeki, members of the National Executive Committee of the ANC here present, President of Cosatu, Comrade Zingiswa Losi, and other leaders of Cosatu, including Deputy President who have just spoken, leaders of Sanco who are here present, President of the Veterans League, Comrade Snuki Zikalala, veterans and stalwarts of our movement who are present here, leadership of the Young Communist League, the ANC Women's League, ANC Youth League, MKMVA, and other fraternal organizations. Kidumedise Ausidi Mpohani, and all other esteemed guests who are here, and last but not least, you the delegates. Batamandla Semasebe. Comrades, on behalf of the National Executive Committee of the ANC and its entire membership, I extend to you warm, fraternal, and revolutionary greetings. It is an honor to deliver the message of the NEC to this special Congress of the SACP, our trusted ally in the execution of the National Democratic Revolution. It is in this party where we learned how to better understand how to apply dialectics in confronting the apartheid regime's policies of racial segregations, class and gender inequality, and on how best to resolve these contradictions. Marxism-Leninism as a tool of analysis have guided us over the years in waging the struggle to realize the national democratic society. We are confident, Chairperson, that at the end of this special Congress, many will appreciate the analysis and resolutions that will emerge, but more importantly, appreciate the practical solution on how best we can resolve the ongoing contradictions in the post-apartheid South Africa. Our SACP chairperson, when I heard you saying we must be quick so that delegates can go to commissions, because we want these resolutions that must take us forward. So I was very happy, comrades, when we decided who will come and address the Congress today. The top 7 of the ANC, someone said, I think we should send the DP. So, and I readily agreed, because when I'm with the SACP, I feel at home. Comrade Soli knows why. I feel at home when I'm with the SACP, so I didn't make any excuses. I immediately say, yes, I'm available. Comrade delegates, this week marks the commemoration of the 42nd anniversary of the 1982 Maseru massacre in Lesotho, when the oppressive apartheid army attacked the homes of our great Umkhonto weSizwe combatants, such as Comrade Krisani, brutally murdering 30 ANC guerrillas and 12 Basotho nationals. They also inflicted injuries on many others, including children. Throughout our struggle, they continued to attack our people in many parts of the world, particularly in the continent. Our people continue to face the murderous onslaught of the apartheid regime. At the end, we defeated them and have achieved a democratic breakthrough. However, comrades, as we meet today, the African National Congress, the leader of the alliance, suffered a strategic setback in the recent elections in May of this year. We went into this election with the determination to achieve a decisive victory in order to continue our transformation agenda. However, we significantly lost our majority, achieving only 40% of the votes cast, leaving us unable to form a government on our own. You know, during the campaign, as I was going around the country, the campaign was very vibrant at the end, and people will ask me, what do you think the ANC will get? And I'll say, I think 57%. And some comrades says, no, 60 or 62. So the 40% came as a big shock to us as a leadership of the ANC. Our people voted. Some stayed away, of course, but they voted in a manner that did not give any single party the majority to govern. But we respect and accept their wishes. So we can't go and insult our people. Hey, you didn't vote for us. We have to accept that they gave us only 40%. We then, comrades, as the NEC, started a process of detailed analysis to determine what really went wrong. There are some places where we couldn't quite understand what really happened. I remember the president went to KZN, and in that area it was really packed. And when the results came, we got nothing. And the president was saying, but what's happening here? So we decided, I think we need time to sit and analyze properly this situation. So we've started a process, and we want it to take place at all levels, regions, provinces, national as well, because we need to engage with branches as well. And we will also, as we do so, engage with the alliance, because the alliance also have views of what do they think went wrong. So I accept the criticism by the DP of Cosatu that this process is taking too long. So we need to fast track it, but do this detailed analysis. But comrades, once we realize that we've lost the election, we're at 40%, the NEC then engage in a detailed discussion to chart a way forward on how we can continue to hold on to state power, given this setback. We considered a number of options during those deliberations. One of them was maybe we should just go to the opposition benches. And other comrades said, no, we can't give in just like that. Others said, well, maybe a minority government. Others said, well, it may not be stable. At the end, we then ended up with a government of national unity, so we ended up with the government of national unity where the president invited parties in parliament. And dare I say, comrades, all of them. Invited all of them. But only 10 parties came in. The others decided, for different reasons, that we won't have time to go into during this conference. So although we invited everyone, not everyone came, we remain open to continue to engage with parties in parliament. But what the president did, which helped to pull us together, was that there must be some principles and a minimum program of action that brings us together in this kind of arrangement. And one of them was respect for the Constitution, the Bill of Rights in its entirety, a united South Africa, and the rule of law. So that is the first thing. The second one was commitment to non-racialism and non-sexism. Third, social justice, redress and equity, and the alleviation of poverty. Fourth, human dignity and the progressive realization of socio-economic rights. Fifth, nation building, social cohesion and unity in diversity. Fifth, peace and stability and safe communities, especially for women and children. Seventh, accountability, transparency, and community participation in government. 8, evidence-based policy and decision-making. 9th, professional, merit-based, non-partisan, developmental, public service that put people first. 10, lastly, integrity, good governance, and accountable leadership. So the president said, if you want to come in this partnership, not only must you agree to this, but you must sign that agree. So the parties that came in, their leaders had to sign individually the document that they agree with these principles. but they were not imposed on them. They were given an opportunity to look at them, discuss them, and sign them if they agree. So they all sign once they agree with this. So this is what is guiding us all the time as we work in this partnership. So I would like to assure you, comrades, that we take these principles as the principles that will ensure that we continue to defend and advance the gains of the national democratic revolution. There will be challenges, of course, because bakhona abazama ukusigwaza inside there. It's not easy, but we decided that we have to continue to defend the gains of the national democratic revolution. So in short, comrades, let me say that the formation of the GNU was not our ideal scenario when we took the decision. We have decided, though, at the moment that we will try and use it to try to assist us to continue to advance the struggle to achieve a national democratic society as envisioned in the Freedom Charter. Comrades, we want to ensure that whatever we do in this partnership or in this marriage, we must make sure that we stick to the manifesto of the African National Congress. Remember, we went to the election with a manifesto. So the programs that we are implementing, we are making sure that they don't deviate from that manifesto that we took to the people and the people voted us on the basis of that manifesto. But we are equally aware that the successful implementation of the national democratic revolution hangs on the unity of the entire movement. We will therefore continue to fight for the unity of the alliance and the movement as a whole. And this we must do in honor of those who were imprisoned, who were maimed, and some who lost their lives for the attainment of this freedom and democracy. And I can say, comrades, without fear of contradiction, that the African National Congress will never betray our people, especially the poor and the working class. Comrade delegates, the outcome of this May election was a clear sign that the renewal of our movement can no longer be delayed. We must take steps to rebuild structures of the organization at all levels. We must take steps to rebuild these structures, invest in the process of recovery, and strengthening the renewal program. One of the interventions that the NEC decided on recently in its meeting is what we call the foundation course. Now, this foundation course is for all members, but including the NEC. Now, I know that there are many of you here who are members of the ANC in the various branches, except one comrade who told me that, hey, kunzima ukuthi join the ANC, so I said, I want to talk to you. But the foundation course, comrades, it was after the realization that there are many now within the ANC structures who actually don't understand the ANC. They don't know it. No mongambuza nje ukuthi yaqalwa nini ANC. They don't know. Who was the first president? They don't know. They can say it was Thulas Nesi. So the Political Education Committee of the ANC decided, let's come up with this course for everybody. In fact, the NEC has already gone through it. I think as I speak now, it's in the provinces. And I'm sure we are going to engage with the party as well. Because remember, understanding the NEC at the same time is understanding the alliance. You can't divorce them. For many years, we were always intertwined. So if you understand where the ANC comes from, how it works, that history takes you through to the formation of the Communist Party of South Africa in 1921. It will take you through to the formation of the ANC Youth League, to the formation of the Women's League, Mkhonto Wesizwe, right through. So we are going to also make sure that this foundation course is it's beefed up and actually designed in such a way that it covers the entire alliance. So, comrades, we must make sure that we build our structures. As I told you, that's what we are doing, because we want them to remain a nucleus of the organization, but supporting and serving communities. We don't want branches that exist because bayahlangana every week. You know, when you ask comrades, give us the state of organization, they say, no, the BEC meets every month, every 2 months we have a meeting of all members. No, that's not what we want. They must tell us how are they supporting and serving communities. Because our people have problems. So that's what we are pushing for, to make sure that these branches are on the ground. The task of renewal, comrades, of the movement should ensure that the ANC remains a disciplined force of the left. But kungabi slogan nje, disciplined force of the left. It must be real. Comrades, as we continue to struggle, to fight for socialism, I remember there was a time when we had a slogan that says, socialism is the future, build it now. As we continue the fight for socialism, I want to remind you the words of Comrade Chris Hani when he said the following, and I quote, "Socialism is not about big concepts and heavy theory. Socialism is about decent shelter for those who are homeless. It is about water for those who have no safe drinking water. It is about health care. It is about a life of dignity for the old. It is about overcoming the huge divide between urban and rural areas. It is about providing a decent education for all our people." Those were the words of Comrade Chris Hani. So, as the ANC and the alliance partners, we must organize to conduct a consistent struggle in pursuit of a caring society in which the well-being of the poor is prioritized. The successful implementation of our renewal program will be measured on how we respond to the challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Our success will be measured by the interventions we are making in the delivery of basic services, such as water, sanitation, quality health care, and education, and how we continue to provide decent shelter to the poorest of the poor. Comrade delegates, as we transition into this recovery phase post these May elections, post this setback, we are actively addressing these matters. That's what we've decided we should focus on as a leadership of the ANC. Let's focus on these issues of water, electricity, sanitation, service delivery in general. And we must be the first to acknowledge the weaknesses in the movement and in the government. You see, when you criticize the government and its weaknesses, I must not come here and defend the weaknesses. I must be the first to accept and say, comrades, you are right. And be able to say, how are we dealing with those weaknesses? Same within the ANC. I can't come here and say, South African Communist Party, you know, the ANC is such a strong organization. When I know that, hey, kunzima lapha phansi ama branch, we have to rebuild those branches. So leadership must be the first one that accept those weaknesses. Because if we don't, we are not going to be able to fix those problems. So despite this setback that we suffered, the renewal of the movement and all its structures requires that we remain united in the execution and the implementation of the task of the democratic revolution. We must do everything in our power to gain lost ground. We have to do that. Comrade delegates, as the ANC, we have a vested interest in the SACP's organizational success. And I want to declare on behalf of the National Executive Committee our support for the South African Communist Party and to continue to build together with you a strong alliance. We must never allow anything to lead us away from our shared program of action, which is to build an equal society for all, a society where all class, race, gender contradictions would have been confronted and addressed. Let me take this opportunity now, compatriots, to say that we decided as the leadership of the ANC that in this 7th administration, because I'm not going to talk a lot today about the government, just a few things that I think may be important is that firstly we said we need to drive inclusive growth. Growth that creates jobs, reduce poverty, and tackle the high cost of living. So we pushed for that, but also a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Because you can have good programs and plans, but if you don't have a capable state, you are not going to be able to implement. So we need a capable state, a developmental state that knows that it must prioritize the challenges of the people on the ground. And to continue to drive economic growth, you need to ensure that you invest in industrialization and reindustrialization. It is for this reason that we continue to implement the economic recovery and reconstruction plan. I'll just mention a few areas that come from this plan: investing in the massive rollout of infrastructure, investing in industrialization and local production. And of course, local production also means we must support small businesses, small enterprises in our township. We saw recently the fights about the problem of spaza shops and that they might be registered. And at some point there was confusion when I was talking to MEC Lebogang Maile. Says some people think we are planning this registration for foreign nationals. We want to register all businesses, but not illegal ones. The people who, foreign nationals who came here illegally. But it's important that that sector be supported. So when you talk about growing the economy, don't leave that sector out. So that's what we're going to do. But the net effect will be employment stimulus, thereby creating enough jobs and supporting livelihoods. But one of the things we agreed we must do is to ensure that we expand the energy generation capacity. At the moment, comrades, we have now reached 70% of the energy availability plan. It has not been easy. When Comrade Sputler gave me this report, he said, you know what, we have now reached that target. That's why we almost, how many days? Almost 300 days without load shedding. But we must make sure load shedding doesn't come back. We can't just be happy with, I know, IECO for 300 days. It must not come back. But that's where we are. Comrades, it's important that we must, as we continue to implement this economic recovery plan, we must also invest our efforts in ensuring that we speed up the pace of implementation. In fact, that is our motto now. When I came to the union buildings, my team was asking me, what are the priorities we want to push? I said to them, the speed of execution. Because we often have a lot of policies, priorities, but we don't implement. So the speed of execution must be what drives us. Comrade delegates, this special Congress takes place few days after witnessing the deportation of Janus Wallus, a murderer who robbed us of the lives of our leader, Comrade Chris Hani. Our anger is justified because the pain still cuts deep today. When we got this report that he is coming out and is an illegal immigrant, he'll be deported, immediately the president said to me, you must lead a delegation to go and see Ausidimpo. You must talk to the ANC and the party that we are now in this situation. Indeed, we did so. To go and see the Hani family. It was just on the eve before he came out. I know Ausidimpo said to us, but when did you know? Actually, I knew just a day before because one of the ministers brought this matter to us. But we briefed Comrade Dimpo and the family, we briefed the ANC, we briefed we briefed the SACP. I spoke Comrade Soli, Comrade Mbax, and also the family. And in our discussion with the family, we agreed on two important things, which I think you will support also as this Congress, that Comrade Dimpo said, I can hear you, There's nothing you can do. The Constitutional Court said this guy must be given parole, he must be deported, but we need an inquest on what happened. It is truly heartbreaking that after so many years we are still desperately searching for answers about who could have been responsible for Comrade Chris's death. Fortunately, I was with the Minister of Justice when we were meeting with Comrade Dimpo and family, and she agreed immediately that indeed that will be done. So the inquest is going to be done to ensure that we get to the truth. Comrade Soli raised the second point, which is very important. He says the lives and times of Comrade Chris Hani have not been properly documented in this country. We have to do that. And we have agreed. And I said to Comrade Soli, remember when I was the Minister of Arts and Culture, I started that process. We're going to ensure that as the ANC we push for the proper documentation of the lives and times of Comrade Chris Hani. We will embark on this journey, comrades, not alone. We will work and go hand in hand with the entire Congress movement, especially the South African Communist Party and the Chris Hani family. But I can assure you this will happen. There will be an inquest and that documentation of his life will be done. Let me take the opportunity to brief the Congress that South Africa on the 1st of December assumed the presidency of the G20. And we agreed, comrades, that our focus must be to benefit not only ourselves, but the region and the continent. We have agreed under the theme Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability that we're going to work with everybody and all provinces. Normally when we have big events like this, they happen in big cities. So we've agreed that this will happen not only in Johannesburg or Cape Town, but throughout the whole country. The activities will take place throughout the country. I'm told that the G20 will be an activity that is bigger than the Soccer World Cup that we had in 2010 when the world descended here. And we must use it to our favor to achieve the objectives that we want to achieve. So solidarity is crucial for creating inclusive future that helps those at great risk, especially in an interconnected world where challenges faced by one nation affect the other. We also decided we are going to continue to raise our voices in support of the people of Palestine. We're not going to keep quiet. Now that we have this presidency of the G, we're going to use it to raise our voices in support of the people of Palestine as they wage the struggle against apartheid Israel. In this regard, comrades, we continue to welcome the outcomes of the International Court of Justice, and let's continue to support the people who are fighting for free Palestine and other people who are fighting in other parts of the continent and the world. And Swaziland. Yes, yes. I had already said in other parts of the country. Comrades says and Swaziland. Indeed, indeed, comrades. Comrades, we have equally chosen the theme Equality and Ubuntu as we seek to transform global multilateral institutions. We know that these institutions don't serve our continent. So now that we are the chair of the G20, we must use that to ensure that we transform these institutions. In the spirit of Ubuntu and shared humanity, we will address global concerns through their high-level deliverables and objectives which are central to the original mission of the G20. One of the key issues during our tenure will be to bolster our disaster resilience, address the debt challenges faced by many low-income countries, and mobilize resources for the just transition. This will be a critical task for our presidency, but we are determined to use it to benefit this continent. We will also ensure that Africa and the rest of the developing world have a voice in the UN Security Council as part of transformation of these global multilateral institutions. The reforms and transformation of these multilateral institutions should include the World Bank, the IMF, and other multilateral institutions. They have to be transformed to benefit the global south. That's what our presidency is going to do in brief. I know that the processes have started. Yesterday we had the governors of reserve banks, ministers of finances were meeting in Sandton. The meeting of the leaders will be next year of the G20, but there will be a lot of other activities that will take place addressing a number of issues. Comrades and compatriots, this year also marked a significant milestone as over a dozen elections took place globally. Many argue that these elections were to shape and reshape global politics. These elections took place in a climate characterized by high levels of poverty, inequality, and rising cost of living, as well as wars and conflict. The key task for us is to provide a perspective and indeed an analysis of the state of the left, just based on the outcome of the elections in the world. We can see, comrades, that in some of the elections, it's really the regime change agenda. You can see it in the continent. It's a regime change agenda that is perpetrated. So we must be alert to what is happening right next door to us. You're having new governments that are not our traditional allies, but are supported by other forces who want to take over the continent. Comrades, as I move towards closure, there are things I have to say that you'd want to hear. Ngahambi nje bathawu akayikhulumanga leyanto. But let me reiterate that we realize that some of the setbacks, such as high levels of inequality and unemployment, are a result of the stubborn legacy of apartheid capitalism. This has continued to disenfranchise the working class and in particular women. Therefore, the struggle to undo this legacy must continue. And for us to defeat it, we remain united in our purpose towards the National Democratic Society. Comrades, as part of our transformation agenda, we are going to implement policy reforms and transformative legislation. The National Health Insurance, NHI, and Basic Education Amendment Act the Bella Act have been passed by Parliament and signed by the President. Now, many of you would have heard that there were others who were complaining about these laws. I think on the NHI, they've taken us to court. But on the Bella Act, they raised 2 clauses, but no, these 2 clauses are a problem. President said, okay, I give you 3 months. Come and tell me what is the problem. Iaphela leo 3 months. Iaphela. Iphela today. But iaphela. So the president said to the leaders, those who are in the GNU, he said to them, because some of you are complaining about these clauses are here, I'm going to set up a structure to look at those issues. Bring your leaders here. We called it a clearinghouse, which the president asked me to chair. We finished our job yesterday on the Bella Act. So last night I went and reported to the president that we are done. Here is the report. So the president has the report and is going to announce very soon on how we have concluded. I know some people say I was jailing. Now, Intoga president, I want to so last night I was with the president and I said, this is what we are proposing going forward. And after our discussion at night, he said, that's fine. Let me just look at 1 or 2 things and I will announce. So the announcement is on the Bella Act very soon. President, he didn't say today or tomorrow. He said, I will announce. So we have concluded that job. We in the clearinghouse haven't dealt with the NHI. It was never brought to us. It's in court. But it's quite clear, comrades, that there is a pushback. There is a pushback out there, particularly on transformative legislation. There are those who are trying to block. But we are standing firm to ensure that these progressive pieces of legislation, our policies of transformation, must take us forward, must be implemented. And we've had the criticism of our alliance on how we've managed some of these things. We take those to heart, the broader society as well. Everybody have been saying, President, sign, implement. So the president will not take long to announce how we move forward. So, compatriot, as a movement and alliance and as people, we must continue to work together to build a South Africa that is united. We must not let anything deter us from achieving our shared goal. In conclusion, I want to say that the NEC is aware of the decision of the SACP to contest local government election in 2026 on its own. So when Comrade Soli says we have briefed the ANC, it is true. They briefed us. And as the NEC, we said we respect the SACP to make that decision. We will not stand on your way. We said we as the NEC, once you are done with the Congress, the leadership will come to us, we'll have a discussion because the NEC is meeting only next year. In January, we will then look at what are the implications. We have worked together for many years in this format. If the SACP is going to contest separately, what does it mean for the alliance? But all we know is that the alliance must not break. We have agreed that no matter what happens, we will continue to work in this alliance. Comrade GS, that document on the reconfiguration of the alliance that you said Comrade Ace did not want, Siaifun. Reconfiguration of the alliance, Maibui. Asali or Ace. So what we're going to do, comrades, is that early in the year, after the Lekgotla of the ANC, we will meet with the SACP to discuss how we go forward with the reconfiguration of the alliance. I'm sure all of you will say it's long overdue. Nyashoke ukuthi I know ixesha selifikile singena kuyo. The good news is that there is no one in the NEC of the ANC or Vimbai as we speak. So let's go forward. Let's see how we reconfigure the alliance because we are in a new situation. So we have to deal with that. Amanda. So comrades, as I end, let's continue on our path. We must not be deterred. We must not defer the dreams of Comrade Krisani. We must continue our efforts to defend and advance the strategic task of the national democratic revolution, that of a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous society. Long live the Revolutionary Alliance, long live. Long live the Revolutionary Alliance, long live. Haiti SACP, Haiti. Maitini SACP, Maitini. Siamtanda SACP.
Amandla! 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 Thank you very much, Comrade DP. Comrades, we deliberately gave the DP a little bit more time because we wanted him to cover these other things that he was covering as part of the message of the ANC, including some few developments in government. Now, Comrade GS, allow me also just to abuse this platform a little bit by adding on a few things that the DP had spoken about. Comrade DP, we agree with you that one injustice we've done is not to record the life of Comrade Chrisan. The books that have been written without the permission of the family, no consultation with the family. That's not right. Of course, you can't stop other people who want to write, but it's not correct. That's why I want to say that of late, I've been discussing this matter with Austimpo. And the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation has at least started a process on a biography of Comrade Chris. We are in engagement with Austimpo. That's what we want to do. But secondly, Comrade DP, as former Minister of Arts and Culture, perhaps let me raise this in this platform in front of these delegates of the South African Communist Party. Comrade Lindy, Ani, Ilas Born, Kaput Chris, no Austimpo, is making a movie about Chrisan. To her and the family, it's going to be a very important part, not a documentary, a movie about his life and times and the family as part of the closure. Now, you were once Minister of Arts and Culture, now you are Deputy President, which is higher. And I want to use this platform to say to you, Ulind is battling with this. And Lindy should not be battling. If there is one case that we just need to have enough money for that movie to be made, government must give some of that money. The blood of Comrade Chris is the author of the 27th of April 1994. Directly. So no one should be. I have said, as my capacity as minister, no one is going to tell me that I'm not going to commission a book about Uput Chris because he was not in government and so on. So that no defend but honestly, this one, because she was going to be humble and say, no. Ulindi is doing a movie about her father, our leader. So can she really be assisted? It's not a cheap thing, but it's well worth actually keeping that. Pumanamela. Where is Putimanamela? Because since now I had thought we had started with government things with your permission, GS and the DP, he was also going to give us information that NSFAS applications are closing on Sunday. So that comrades who have got kids and who qualify for NSFAS must apply. Now, thank you very much, DP, also for the update that we have given this Congress. I'm sure the things we have raised are going to help in the commissions. By the way, I was intimidated. The reason why I didn't want to stand and come and stop UDP is because someone was going to come with an idea. Here comes a second rapture. And that's Andres, by the way. I better just expose him, who was saying that. Now, comrades, now we are going to do this. Thank you very much. And thanks to the allies for the messages that you have given us. We really appreciate that. And thanks, DP, for your closing remarks as well about reconfiguration. You see the outcome of the class struggle. I must say, by the way, the reason why he says solely knows, Comrade Paul was a member of the SACP for the longest of time. So he understands what we are talking about for that reason. We still hope that Comrade Paul, we may come back, send some special people to recruit you again. We recruit as a Makomanis. Now, comrades, the time now is, what's the exact time? 12:08. We're supposed to have finished at 11. Can I please have your ear, comrades? No whispering, please. Can I just remember my powers, that section, huh? The powers of the chair. Now, I don't want to apply them. Don't tempt me. Now, we are now going to be having the Treasurer's report. And it's going to be a closed session. Now, I don't want to say I'm going to give you a break, because you can't give such a big meeting a break. I'll give you an opportunity to sing, whilst we allow two things to happen. For the media, we love you, but we will request you to leave the hall now, because we don't want you to see how wealthy we are as the South African Communist Party and have wrong headlines about the wealth we have. So, but all others can remain, our guests and everything.